Good morning, guys. How's everybody doing? Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Wonderful. Oh, I probably should mention what we're doing today. I'm going to finish up the tasks for the new ingredients we added and finalize the loot tables. That should close out 2 tasks and the entirety of progression at the moment, which will be good. We're slowly starting to run out of things here, and I need to get some status updates on some of these because they might be done already. Some of these will unfortunately... I don't think they'll be done before the end of the month. I definitely... A new NPC, as awesome as it would be, takes the back seat to certain things like the depth level and our tutorial rework, which is one of the things that I am going to be jumping on today. Because that needs to get done. Oh yeah, yesterday we finished up, we fixed up that audio issue caused by a subclass. That is okay. Let's get these new tasks added. They should be pretty quick. They're just item gathering tasks. Do I... Yes. Hold on. Hey there, Kaboba. How are you today? Pretty sure I have a chat GPT. Was it this one? Yes, it was. I was teaching him to do it for me. Oh, this was just for the... This was just for the strings, but we still need this too. Hey, Scuffy. Good morning, guys. Not this one. At least I don't think it's this one. No, it's not this one. The CSV. There we go. Okay, I need a list of my new ingredients. Good day. You ever mess around with LED smart lights for gaming or movies? I do have like not for that purpose, but I do have the hues. Wait, is it LG? Whatever those hue bulbs are. I've always been interested in setting up those ones for like behind the TV that change color based on what's being shown. Because it looks pretty cool, but I've never done it. I have a friend who did it, and every time I go over to his place, it looks awesome. You're gonna invest in them? This is gonna be pretty sweet. I'll probably do something similar at some point. Okay, that should work. That'll at least get us the strings that we need. Let you know how it goes. Yeah, let me know if you run into any problems with that or anything. Replace... Easy. Or fur gathering. Or meat gathering. Meat with an A, please. Butterfly antenna gathering. Butterfly wing gathering. Latopo tongue gathering. Protein heart. Protein slime. Baracco fur. Baracco leaf. Chaga flower. Snail antenna tips. Beautiful. Also, the two junk items. The two new ones. We have the boar tooth necklace and Platopo hide. Oh, hold on, I fucked up here. Missing a quotation mark. I can fix that. Okay, boar tooth necklace gathering. Platopo hide gathering. Okay, that'll handle all the task strings. We need the task lines actually put into the CV here, and I think I have another one. Let me just find it on the side here so you guys don't see my ChatGPT request of how to make my penis bigger. This is it. It's just like, it didn't even do one of them, it just stopped. The hell? Can you actually work? Okay, can you do the rest for me? Thank you. You're on your own. Cut off the penis. Common knowledge that cutting it off makes it grow back longer. Okay. Snip. Didn't I just export this? Hold on, I just saw a problem. It renamed the puzzle lights description ID, but I literally just exported this. Didn't I? I feel like I just did it again. Am I crazy? Task complete puzzle lights description. Task complete puzzle light description. Abergosu, thank you for the follow. Happy Wednesday. Is there like a duplicate or something? That's so weird. Unless it's importing it from a different file, which it might be. That might have been the problem. Yeah, that was just importing it from a different file. Okay. At least we have those all in here now. Now, what should these tasks be? Which factions should these be a part of? Task, item, gathering. I think those are the correct IDs for these. Yeah, they're all good. Okay. Let's think here. The Wartooth necklace and Platopo hide would be for sale, so those would be the Golden Waste Merchanteers. I can see the boar fur and Racco fur also being part of that. I'm gonna say that for the farmers, they'll want cooked meat. I'm gonna change those over to cooked meat. For this and the Platopo tongue. And the pudding slime. This will be an easy fix. Or meat. Platopo tongue. Pudding slime. Yeah, I'll just fix it here. Okay, that looks good. Re-import our strings as well. Okay. That looks better. The boar tusk, butterfly antenna, butterfly wing, pudding heart, rackle leaf, shaga flower, snail antenna tip, snail shell. We'll make these part of the alchemists. That'll work. Alright, let's see here. League of Alchemists. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. Okay, that looks good. Golden Waste Merchanteers is 4 new ones. And then the Farmers Co-op is 3 new ones. Can you please explain to me what you're writing into the game right now? I am writing in new tasks for the player to collect some of the items that we added yesterday, which will gain them rewards and like faction reputation and a random little chest of loot that is different for each faction. And these are available at the task board. Here's one of our new ones. I never wrote descriptions for the factions. I probably should do that. That won't take me very long. I forgot to do that. Okay, the Explorers Guild. Collection of Perseverant and Brave. Often foolhardy. Adventurers who love mapping out the known lands of Erythia. Did I spell Perseverant correctly? I think I did. Yes, I did. Perseverant. Are you sure? No, it's not Perseverant. Perseverant. I had it right. Trying to trick me. Hey Rixler, hey Ruben Size. Correct? Okay. No, it's worth checking. I mean, who cares, right? But I kind of care. I know I shouldn't care for a prototype, but whatever. It's worth checking, so don't worry. To indiscriminately. There's one I'll have to check. Indiscriminately assist anyone who requests potions or poisons. Okay, that one is correct too. Working your ass off on this thing, dude? I hope I am. Maybe I shouldn't have played so many games last year, but I don't know, staving off burnout is also very important. Easy feat, unless of course you're the Golden Wastes Merchanteers. Every conversation with them, whether direct or subtle, involves coinage. The Maritime Association of the Ice Marches. Famed for their fishing abilities, this collection of plump and alcoholic men there's no wave, except perhaps a wave with no fish in it. Seamen. Hey, Ludstorm. Back with a question? Well, I am here with an answer. Hopefully. For Twitch, okay. Yeah, go for it. Vast and fertile lands of the Shidri Kingdom. Host a cooperative of farmers. Eager to keep the lands fed. Those will work. I'm trying to set up a giveaway and I don't know where to start with how to get the bot set up. There's quite a few bots to use for doing giveaways. I don't know which one you're using. I use Mix It Up with a bot account. I don't know if Mix It Up can do giveaways though. Yes, it can. This one is very nice. I really enjoy Mix It Up. Hey, Nightbot. I mean, if Nightbot has giveaways, that works too. This is a little bit more involved to set up, mix it up, but it also has a lot more features. But Nightbot is very easy to set up. It works very well. You can't go wrong with Nightbot. Okay, let's re-import those strings. That shouldn't push it. That should be a scroll bar. Or a scroll box. Yeah, put that in a scroll box. Weird. I think someone will write a mod to make those transitions between tasks instant. I mean, maybe. I mean, we can do that too. Like, everything you see here is placeholder, so. I just made it like this for now. It's pretty good for channel points or something short term, but I'm looking for, like, long time. Mix it up is really good long term. Very good long term. But Nightbot is also just good, and it works. But they do different things. Nightbot is more like a moderation bot, but it also has some features. Mix it up is if you want to make your own scripts and do your own custom things. Like, I don't know if it's working, but that little thing that appears over the chat box, you know, that I made with Mix It Up. Let me duplicate this. Yeah, see, it shouldn't be pushing it. It's annoying. Because it was set to fill. That's better. We definitely could make that inner box have more padding on the sides, though. What exactly is a bot and what does it do for the streamer? It can do anything. It can do anything from like moderation to, you know, like we have with Riley is actually not, it is a bot, but it's a separate Twitch account. And, you know, that's handling things like our, the fishing and all of the other things that you might do with it. And then we also have Stream Elements doing some things and MooBot doing timers. Although I could move the timers from MooBot over to Mix It Up. I just haven't yet. Mix It Up also does my sound alerts for channel points. For most streamers, they have at least one bot going, and some streamers might have like 5+ bots for different purposes. And we kind of rely on them to work without problems. Doesn't always work out that way. You're using 2? I'm using 3, but I could go down to 2. I just combine some of the features. Using one which you wrote yourself. The Twitch bot. It's like a built-in Twitch bot. I could get rid of MooBot. I don't know. One of these days I just gotta spend some time and do that, but I don't have time. MooBot's kind of nice for moderation though. Build one to Streamlabs. Can I send a link? Yeah, you can go for it. I don't buy on links. Because thankfully nobody has abused it yet. Okay, so it's kind of like it's an all-in-one bot. That's nice. It's yours and it's open source. It's pretty cool. Nice work on that. You see, I've always wanted, you know, part of me, like that chaotic part of me, chaotic evil, has wanted to do song requests. I just know it would get abused in a matter of milliseconds. And you guys would find it so funny, and I would find it a little funny. Just go for it. I would have just, I don't know, somebody would pick like a song with a whole bunch of slurs in it. Are you drinking wine with Coke? No, this is just Coca-Cola. Polish style. I still have my wine here though. Still got it. We'll pull it out if we start having a bad day or something. Hey, if we get funded, if we actually get funding for this game, we are gonna party like crazy on stream. I will get canceled to the North Pole and back. Free text to speech. Yeah, that is crazy. Song request I had set up before made it where I had to approve the song before I played. See, that wouldn't be horrible. I would hate having to like look over and approve a song every time. I guess I could set something up on my Stream Deck though. The biggest game changer for me was getting a Stream Deck. Changed the game. It's so good. Okay, I think that finalizes our tasks. So those are done, and also what that means is these are done. We probably still need a full... I did make something for it. Yeah, that's good enough. Also means this is done. Awesome. I can close out progression for the first playable. That's a good feeling. One big feature down. Finalizing the new loot table. All we needed to do was add, I think, like 1 or 2 new loot tables in. Bot work in tandem with stream decks, or something that just runs on its own in the background? It can work in tandem with bots, yeah. I know for sure that Stream Elements and Mix It Up both have custom plugins for the Stream Deck. And you can write your own plugins too for Stream Deck. Stream Deck you can actually use for more than streaming. It's just like it's a glorified macro maker plugged into a little button display screen, so you can use it for productivity as well. Like buttons to open up software or do certain things. Anything you want, really. I think it was the Shaga, right? That we wanted the Shaga to drop some random like grasses, and the raccoon to drop random junk. Yeah, I would definitely recommend it, even if you don't like have too much to do. There's like a Stream Deck Mini, I think, like a super tiny one. You can have folders on the Stream Deck, so if you're okay with like having to jump into folders, I need like a good example here. By the way, you can make these buttons folders, and then you can jump into folders that'll have different things. So you really don't need more than like a Stream Deck Mini. I have this one, the Mark II. But they make some crazier ones too, with like little displays and knobs for controlling audio. Or big ones. For me though, this one does everything I need it to. And it can have timers. I have mine showing not only like my status of whether or not I'm streaming or recording. I can also switch OBS profiles. I can like mute my microphone. You can do a lot of things with it. Also shows like CPU usage. That was more necessary when I was using my old setup though. But yeah, very good. I like the Stream Deck. What are some grasses that we have? Maybe mint could be fun to drop from him. Or leaf clovers, maybe? Some ferns. Bark could be fun. Little berries. Lamb's ear. Yeah, that'll work. Good little list. Especially some new stuff that the player would be able to find in their main map. Better to make it useful than not. And we'll just make them all equal weight. Okay, that'll work. Let's go grab the Shaga. Okay, next one would be the Rako. And we're gonna give him a loot table to drop a random junk item on death. And we'll just pull from most of our like common stuff. Sword, the we don't have like a whole lot of junk items, unfortunately. I just didn't get around to making some. But something's better than nothing. That'll work. Sword. Shield. Arrow. Belt, bone. Bow, gold cup. Okay, that closes that out too then. The big thing that'll take most of today will be starting on the tutorial rework. I think that the system that we have works fine. I just need to rewrite it, like from scratch. And realistically, I think that the tutorials also... We need a better, like, starting potion. And I almost think that we need just a better starting NPC for that, which we could reuse Blue Dick Boy, but I'd have to write a new NPC. But it's probably worth it. You know, it's the first player's experience with the game, and if there's too much friction there, that's not going to be positive for the experience. So, I mean, it probably is what it is. I just got to put the work in. Either way, enemy creature loot tables. We done. This will be done once Kotspur takes a look at it. This might be done completely. I actually do think the poison, visual effects, and code are in place. They must be. It must be done. I think this is done. I just have to double check with Kotspur on that. Actually, I can just check. I can just check right now. I think it's F to drink. We'll need to fix up the context controls for that. Yeah, that works. So that's the only thing left in potion combat for the first playable. This... Task list, is that a feature within UE5? No, this is U-Track from JetBrains. It is essentially Jira, but better and cheaper. So the really cool part is that it has more features than Jira, and you get all of the features for free with up to 10 people, which is crazy. Jira, unfortunately, puts most of its best features behind massive paywalls, especially for larger, like let's say if you're just even like 10 users. Some of these things primarily, like you don't even have access to user roles and permission without paying $9 per person per month. They only give you 2 gigabytes of storage for free, which is not horrible, but like not even having access to user roles and permission is horrible. And they have this nice feature of, so in here what I can do is I can set up, where is this? I can set up custom fields, which then go into a task, like you'd see here. So I can make custom fields for these, like which team, what priority. I can make new priorities or new types and do whatever I want and customize when these are available. You can't do that in Jira unless you pay like a shit ton of money. And this is just all for free, so it's way better. It is a little bit more work to set up, but it's also just more featureful. Hey, Cusper. Okay, let's jump into this tutorial rework. I feel like this probably should just be a new epic. Should I make this a new epic? If I need to write a new character, yes. I'll look into that. I'll do that after stream. Our current tutorial is handled in a way that is a little bit, you know, let me hold on. Let me do the right thing. Let me close this. I'm gonna push the progression changes finished with tasks and loot tables. We're gonna check that in. Merge this to main. Merging in all progression to main. And we'll make a new branch for tutorial rework. There we go. The tutorial rework is the last, I would say, main necessary thing to have done for the first playable. There are some other things I want to have done, but they're more tertiary. This one is 100% necessary. But we need to finish it probably before the end of next week. Almost absent. Morning Yapson. It's my rap name? Okay, I accept. Test tutorial stage. We have some functionality in, I can find it. You'll see it like here, handles tutorial stage success. These will all need to be replaced, but I'd like to make these into, I'd like to make this into one function that the player can call. Something wrong with you mentally? Okay, you guys go at it. Attempt tutorial trigger. Get game instance. Stage to test, that'll work. And throw that in tutorial. And now we can find, maybe we should just find all. Well, we'll need to rewrite all the enum values, so I'll hold off on replacing these until we have the new enums. So we need to go to the current enum list for tutorial stages, which is all of these, and we need to completely rewrite this. Some of these will still be okay, but we do need to rewrite this. Oh boy. Okay. We need the player to make a first real potion, as opposed to just telling them how to make potions and then telling them to make the first potion for Spoon. Even before that, we might need, like I said, another NPC that shows up to request a potion that is just like super simple. We also have the book at the alchemy table that the player could read to learn some basic bait information. I don't mind telling the player to read that book. Maybe collecting different first ingredients would be nice though. Dragon's eye, pink flower, and flowering bush. The yawns about bedtime. What do we teach the player right off the bat? Also, I want to fix this. I don't know why it's happening, but I'm just gonna unhook it for now. I don't know what this was doing. Do that for now. I'll have Godspurt fix that. I don't know what it was. Oop. Oh, careful. We teach the player the toadstool, dragon's eye, flowering bush, pink flowers, honey. Touting both health restoration and concussing effects. Healing property that can enhance an herbalist's senses. Toadstools restore. So I guess we're okay with putting all those around, but maybe I'll make the player collect honey and toadstool as well. So rather than collecting 3, we'll also do... I edit this one. It won't let me adjust the default, so I can adjust the collectible ingredient for this. Because these ones are easier, just because they're not child blueprints. I can set them as tutorial ingredients. The honey will be a little bit more annoying. Tree with hive 1 and 2. Or there's 3. Is it this one? Looks like it. Tutorial. Is that gonna place the... yeah, it is gonna place that in a weird location. I mean, I can offset the arrow. Vertically, I can't really do it horizontally. There might be an easier one than this one. I can always change this tree. Delete that. I think this tree will be easier for that. This one could be. Let's see how this one looks. It's kind of an issue with the root. I mean, I can move this one. I can do whatever the fuck I want with this. Let's be honest here. A little bit hard to see, isn't it? Bring it down a little bit, maybe. Not super optimal. The root's also a bit weird. But I think it'll do. Okay, in which case let's place down a toadstool as well. I could come up a little bit. That'll work. We'll place that. That's easier to see right by it, just so that the player shouldn't miss. I hope. So we'll have the player collect those 5 ingredients, since those are the ones that we talk about explicitly in the book. And the default states of them should be in a good place. Those will give the player the opportunity to make their first potion, a healing potion. We can say like head inside the hut. We could spawn the player inside the hut. Would we want to do that? I spawned the player outside the hut right now, looking at it. But I wonder if it would be more advantageous for us to spawn the player inside here. We could try it. At the fireplace? You think it's super obvious which is the front door and the back door in this place? Does it matter? Does it actually matter? I was thinking the bedroom could be cool, but it doesn't really matter. I could prevent the player from going outside until we've, you know, given them the run of this place. I don't know if that's too restrictive, but I don't have all the time in the world to make like the world's best tutorial. Sadly. You'll need some pre-existing game knowledge. Have them pick up the book, read it a little bit. Some introduction to what the game is meant to be would be nice, but we can throw that outside the tutorial, like a little, you know, welcome to Cauldron Chronicles, this is what the game is. Follow the tutorial for a guided tour of the game and to learn how to do things. God, this upstairs sucks. I got really carried away making this mansion. Outside and collect first ingredients. Keep collecting to discover more types. Or we could bring the player back in to make the first potion. Go back into hut and make we'll need to be a lot more granular with this. Go back into hut. Interact with alchemy table. I think the alchemy tutorial is okay. So I'll just do the same things, but what we'll do is we'll have the player make a specific first potion. Right click on jar. Which one though? Right click on maybe the toadstool and like the pink flowers or something. Restore health, restore stamina. Oh, pink flowers don't have the healing. The dragon's eye does, though. You can do like a new potion discovered kind of thing. Well, the player can't discover potions. But we do have discovery pop-ups for effects and flavor when the player discovers them. Open inventory. Press eat button on, or switch to ingredient tab. Eat a flowering bush. Close inventory. That'll teach the player how to discover things out on their own. You could do the flowering bush, although the player might eat both of them. A serial killer, sorry about that. What are you making? I'm working on the tutorial rework for our game. We're getting ready to do a new round of pitching to publishers, and our old tutorial was okay, but it could be better. And so I want to update that with all the new features that we've added. And hopefully make it a little bit more guided than it was before. I'm trying to make a very granular step-by-step guide for pretty much getting to where we were before. I might do tutorial, like small tutorial pop-ups on like fishing and farming too, just to teach the player the basics of those.
I'm gonna come.
Exactly. Exactly. There it is. Right click on toadstool jar. Add a normal toadstool to the alchemy table. Close toadstool jar. Pitching publisher is difficult. Has it been? I don't know if difficult is the right word that I would use. It's a little nerve-wracking. You know, you have like 30 minutes to say everything that you need to say. I mean, the more prepared you are, the better it goes, I would say, the less anxiety-inducing it is. If you don't have much to show, or you're trying to like hide things from the publisher, which I wouldn't recommend, then, you know, it could be even more nerve-wracking. But it's mainly that it's like you have 30 minutes, you have one chance. You could still talk to them afterwards or write them an email to fix some problems, but you don't want to say the wrong thing, and you want to say the best things that you can, and inevitably you're probably not going to do that. You can't really prepare for pitches in every single respect. You know, you can make your pitch deck, you can have your GDD, but you just don't know what questions are exactly going to be asked. And therefore you're not going to like write a script. You're not making a slideshow with a script where you're just reading it word for word. You kind of just have to feel for it and follow the tangents that are going to be the most positive for you. How does a meeting like that even get set up? Most publishers will have like a pitch. I'll just look one up. like Raw Fury or something. Raw Fury is going, most of these places are going to have a place where you can send in your pitch. Where's their pitch? Game pitches, the pitch submission form. You set this up, you send them what you need, and then they'll probably contact you, or they'll either tell you through email like, hey, this is not really what we're looking for, or they'll set up a meeting. And most of this, is just like basic info. What's your funding? How much time do you expect to make? Your pitch deck, a link to it just in case. Any additional materials, genres, the stuff you'll have in like your one sheet. Playable build, of course. Keys if you're like on Steam or something, or Epic Games Store, trailer. Pretty standard stuff. I would say this, pretty much every publisher is going to ask these same questions. You can also go to developer events like Gamescom, GDC, Digital Dragons here in Poland. Any place where publishers are going to show up, they probably are going to be there with scouts to look for games, or for producers who are looking for games, and you just set up a meeting, just say, hey, I have my game. Here's a quick trailer. Want to meet? Right click on... Was it the flowering bush that I wanted to do? I think it was the pink flowers. No, the dragon's eye. It was the dragon's eye. Right click on dragon's eye jar. Add a normal dragon's eye to the alchemy table. Switch to the alchemy table. Drag and drop both ingredients. Real Samo Samo, thank you for the follow. Happy Wednesday, guys. Hopefully the weather around you guys is getting good. It's getting a bit better around here, warming up. What we like to see. Gonna be 17 degrees Celsius on Friday. That'll be nice. Might go out this Friday. I don't know. Hi. I can drop both ingredients into the cauldron. Right click on the cauldron to get... what we kind of do is we teach the player a little bit about seeing more info about ingredients. Maybe I could do that first. How much is the game C++ versus BP? It's mostly BP, but once you enter production, you will want to do C++ more than BP. But blueprints are faster to use and prototype, so they're generally better for prototyping. But our plan, which is kind of different than some developers and studios, is that we are going to be making a fresh project when we enter production. So none of the old, shitty, dirtily, quickly made code will be copied over. We'll be using this project as a reference with the GDD and any other documentation to make the project from scratch with, handmade assets and everything. That way we build with the most stable foundation. Because our goal is to make a very stable and performant game. Because that's what players deserve. Oopsies. We have now as a prototype of all of which will get scrapped. Sounds like a ton of work. It will get... Scrapped is not the right word. It will just get not built upon further. But the thing is, it's mainly meant to determine unknowns and to find the best ways to accomplish things and which things we want in the final game. we can still reuse code. We will just be nativizing it and rewriting it. So it will be faster than writing it from scratch because we can take a look at, I don't know, like let's just say like this, big function, right, for scoring our potions. We can, a programmer can look at this and say, okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, yeah, we can write this into code. And if they copy this into C++ and they fix a couple of problems, I know that this function functions. I know that it works. It doesn't have any bugs. That saves a lot of time than just rewriting everything from scratch without any sort of example. And then, of course, the other members of the team, the artists and the programmers, can play this and say, okay, I see what you're trying to achieve. I can see how it's supposed to work. We can do it faster. So it is more work than just making a prototype and like building on top of it, but it's also a lot more stable, because if you build on top of really dirty code, you're going to have a game where you're going to have to refactor and you're going to have a lot of tech debt to pay back. And I would argue that in the long term, that takes more time than this does, than our plan does. Which is why you see a lot of games getting delayed and coming out unstable, tons of bugs, tons of issues. They likely didn't make a very good vertical slice or a very good prototype. Their version has tech debt. Everything that you make in a game will create some sort of debt that you'll have to pay back in the future, likely. The way that we're going to avoid a lot of debt is that we've made things as quickly as possible in our prototype, which is the point of a prototype. You want to see is the game fun? Yes, no. If it's not, scrap it as quickly as possible. The faster you can fail, the better. So that way, writing really proper code foundation for a prototype is actually the worst way to make a prototype, because you still don't know what your game is supposed to be. You're going to have to refactor, remake everything from scratch over and over and over again, and you're wasting so much time, many months of development, just trying to determine what's supposed to be the best way to go about things, instead of just making something that is good enough, that tests whether the idea is fun, and then saying, okay, that's fun, we know that we want that, let's properly document how we want it to look in the vertical slice, and then rewrite everything from scratch for that. What is tech debt? Tech debt is, well, debt as a whole in like programming is where you write something and you will eventually have to fix like a bug or refactor it or rewrite it completely, and that debt in time and therefore money will have to get repaid. So if you write something in like a really dirty, quick way, like a lot of our functions, the debt comes from having to rewrite that from scratch to make it more scalable, to make it not as performance heavy, things like that. And the traditional method is that a lot of, I see indie developers especially doing this, is that they will try to write the best version of the code from day one. And that will take them a lot of time, and they won't understand that they will probably have to refactor that system anyway because they don't know how it fits in the rest of the game. They haven't even play tested it. They don't know if it's fun. There's your debt that has to get paid back, when instead they could have spent half the time writing a system that kind of works and test the fun, and then just move on from that. Do it this way, manager, that takes too long. Do it this other way instead, debt created. Yep. I mean, the thing is that managers, like people who don't understand game dev, hate prototypes and first playables because it's too chaotic. They don't like that they see placeholders. That's scary to them, but what it really does is it means that you're getting all of the nasty unknowns out of the way right away. For us making like our water system, we knew that we wanted water, we knew that we wanted swimming. We didn't know the best way to do it. So we just hastily threw in a water system that works, but we know now that we probably need to make our own system. We've avoided the future debt by testing this out and realizing that while it works, it's not as performant as we would want it to be, and it's more of a nuisance to work with than we can afford to have in our final version. So now we know when we enter vertical slice, we will need to find a solution to our water system, and it won't be this solution. And we've saved ourselves that headache of that unknown discovery just popping up out of nowhere when we are, getting paid and on a very tight schedule for that. So your prototype should help to solve as many unknowns as possible. So that entering vertical slice, you can say, yep, we're going to be doing it this way, not this way, because this way causes a lot of problems or it isn't as scalable. Do it this way instead, this, and this. Here's the pipeline. Smooth sailing. Also true. Smooth farts. On an ingredient to see more about it. Close the ingredient info panel. Drag and drop both ingredients in the cauldron. Right click on the cauldron to get a closer view. Hover over an effect on the resulting potion panel to see which ingredients are providing that effect. Just be able to recognize that as it comes. Fail as fast as possible. Yes, fail as fast as possible. Again, that's what managers seem to hate because they want the game made. They don't want... I don't know. It's like you're putting in more work initially, doing it this way that I'm recommending. But it also means that your vertical slice, your alpha, and your beta are going to be smooth sailing. And you'll have a much more accurate view of how much your game is going to cost and how long it'll take to make. And that's better than delaying the game because, most of the, in a lot of cases, more money is spent on marketing the game than it is making the game. This is true for GTA. This is true for Red Dead Redemption. Likely, we don't have the numbers yet, but it was likely true for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Marketing the game in some cases can cost more. And if you have to delay the game, all the marketing that you did for that release date is gone. All of the hype buildup for that release date, gone. And that can cost a significant amount of money and can lead to, studio failures in some cases because of massive delays. Avoiding delays should be the #1 priority. But, do you have to then make the game unstable and unplayable by doing so? I don't think so. So I would rather build the best foundation for a game that we can to make that vertical slice alpha and beta as smooth as possible, to make sure that if we need to cut a feature, fine, we'll know it really early. Even here in prototype, we can say, well, you know what, maybe farming doesn't feel very good. It's gone. It's gone. It's not needed. And then we can move on, we can save that bit of money from that. But if you don't prototype the system, then you don't know if it's fun or not, and you don't know how you need to make it, and then you won't know if it needs to be cut. We should be able to, we should remove an ingredient from Cauldron. From the Cauldron. Right click the Cauldron again to back out. Drag and drop the ingredient in again. Click the brew button to oof. Click the brew button to brew the potion. Give it a name, select an icon, and finalize the potion. We could make this first tutorial NPC show up first, before the player even can interact with the alchemy table. I do this in Notepad. It's just easier to formulate the correct order of things. It will eventually be moved over into the enum list here. This is just quicker for me. Our commission system sucks. But I can't change it. We don't have enough time to change it over to the new system. Maybe we will make the first tutorial NPC appear. I mean, I could kind of make this like Blue Dick Boy originally. It's a character. His name's Alaric. His original story was very limited, but I think that also makes it just very easy to engage with. His name is Blue Dick Boy. Yeah, I think what I'll do is, like, the player can go back into the hut. Once that's done, we'll spawn. Wait for the NPC to arrive. We'll call him like an adventurer, but whatever. This will be Blue Dick Boy, BDB. Talk with the NPC. Close the dialogue. And then that'll be interact with the alchemy table. We'll make the first potion for him. You'll finalize the potion. And that'll be where we do the interact with NPC again. Click the barter button. Select main potion. Confirm barter. Wait for NPC to return. Speak to NPC again. It's a very long, well, I mean, it seems long, but some of these are just like very quick. Like just click on one thing. Okay, that step is done. I guess my question is, do we want to include fishing and farming in this tutorial, or do we want to just have like a, like I said, like a pop-up? The first time you interact with a farming plot, a little pop-up appears that teaches you how to farm, and then you can of course read about that again in the game guide. So in the escape menu, there is a game guide that you can read. Just kind of placeholder, but it works. Is there an actual BDB, or is he being added later? There is. There is a Blue Dick Boy. Oh. Fun. Shaders are compiling. This is Blue Dick Boy. You can see why he's named that. He does get stage fright though, and the closer you get to him, the smaller it becomes. You can't see the Blue Dick Boy in game. That is hidden in game. Yeah, so he's useless. We also have Spoon. Ignore that it says Blue Dick Boy above him. And he looks weird because his armor fits to him when he moves. This is the Merchant Lady. They're all Blue Dick Boy. They're all Spartacus. We also have this Skeleton Mage. He's pretty cool. I still want to write him, but it takes me a really long time to write new NPCs because of how much dialogue is needed. We need, I don't know, I don't even know how many it is, but it is a lot of dialogue for each character. Spoon has like, I think 7 or 8 encounters in total. And each of them can get pretty complicated in terms of branching. Or of course the lore loop, so this is where you learn like lore about the characters. Has a lot of branching dialogue. It's a lot of work. I'm very slow at writing too. So that's why we plan to hire at least 2 writers. First Ian with that red rocket.
Shiitake?
Interesting turn of events there. How you doing, Nixie? Keep collecting to discover more ingredient types. Let me think here. Let me think. We do have a progression menu for the player's discovery, and this would unlock I feel like there's a few things we have to teach the player. Number 1, unlocking processing and how to process ingredients. Shove them up your ass. I don't know if that's true. How am I? I'm doing well. This tutorial rework is going to be a pain in the ass, but I hope it will feel better than the previous one. Which one is this? This is grinding. Pick up the processing station next to the alchemy table. Open your inventory. Switch to the other tab. Use the processing station. Let people figure it out on their own. Well, some things I do want the player to figure out on their own, but also this is a prototype and I need to convince publishers. Publishers are on more of a time constraint than players, and they want to know if how the game plays, so they're like... You can always open up the cheat menu and just finish the tutorial, or you don't even have to follow it. Close the inventory. Interact with the alchemy table. To ingredient shelf. right click on any jar, send an ingredient to the processing station, switch to the processing station, drag an ingredient into the grinding station box, process that ingredient. Click on the ingredient to see information. This is already pretty lengthy. Exit the alchemy table. Open the discovery menu. I'll basically be putting info in the tutorial widget of what that all means. There's two separate sets of info that we can give. There's the tutorial, and then what you see in the upper left with the current requirement. So collect 3 ingredients. There's also the hints that we can use to give more information, which is sometimes useful. And then we can tell the player if there's more info in the game guide. Discover types. So we do have a couple of pieces of info that we can use. Damn, a lot of pink flowers, bro. We'll make the most of it. I'm okay if this takes, like over a week to make properly, but I don't think it will. 3-4 days max. Well, it depends if we need to rewrite Blue Dick Boy. Right now we don't even use him. Maybe like a full week. Fishing and farming will have separate windows. I do want the player to discover those themselves, and I think that farming plots are likely pretty easy to find. You just look around your house a little bit. Fishing spots should hopefully be pretty easy just because of the particles. I would hope. Potion combat might be a little bit of trouble. my god. The sun glaring off the water. The task system as well will need one. That'll need a little tutorial. I have a task manager though. Shut. I think this is a pretty good start. I don't even know if we need that. We could just say like continue to explore and put in info that like the player, or we could do like a pop-up maybe. We'll do the continue to explore, we'll also do a pop-up. Like that's the, you know, that's the end of the tutorial. But there's still a lot to do. There are fishing spots, there are farming plots. Take a look at those. And I'll do like a rich text block, that way we can insert little photos of what those look like for the player. The dungeon, of course. More in, you know, processing stations to discover. But this I think is enough. I hope. It's my big ol' text checker for these. I could move this to the function library. Spawn NPC. Pop up with info about how player did and explaining outcomes. It's a little hand-holdy. But I don't think it's that bad. It's not like I'll prevent the player from doing anything that they want to do, but it's gonna be annoying. Yeah, you're right, it is better to have a tutorial than not. The old one wasn't bad, but now we've added so many new features, and I don't think that we taught the player well enough how to do alchemy stuff. The tutorial is just text. You mean as opposed to like having objectives to do? If it's just read this and then do the game? Some people kind of like that, but it depends on the game. Depends on the genre. Text dump and a slap on the ass ain't teaching me shit. I'll have to do some of those, but not all of it. You know, all these will be objectives, but with a couple of pop-ups to explain, like, more detailed info. But these are all objectives. These are all do this thing, do that thing. We'll see how it works. Yeah, agree. EP music. I think I should have restored the main level. Oh no, we're fine. We're cool. Probably could have just rewritten these instead of deleting them, but whatever. What are you gonna do? Is forcing the player to read the, or telling the player to read the book on the alchemy table a good first step? I could tell them it's optional, but it will teach them important information. Like, it isn't required. You'll just have a better understanding of how to use the alchemy in that case. One thing you need to establish is that reading books is required, not just opening and closing. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. Players may not like it, but I think that if we put in the hint text that reading books will actually teach you information, open up new dialogue, so reading carefully is highly recommended. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. Gotta word it right though, so it's not too fourth wall breaking. I mean, for the tutorial, I think it's okay if I just tell the player, like, hey, this is how it deviates, like you said. Not explicitly what reading every book is going to do, but just, you may not see that a new dialogue option opens up. You know, the game is not going to tell you that a new dialogue option opens up because you read a book. But they will open up. We'll tell the player too that that books can be read at any time via the bookshelf. One thing that would cost more work is having highlights and text of critical information. Then a tutorial can say you need to view a highlight to learn it. Then at least naturally prompt the player to skim the book. Yeah, I've been thinking about something like that, especially for the the overhaul to the commission system that I'd like to do. The one thing I don't like though is that if we highlight the text that the player needs to read in order to learn something, the player will only read those things to learn something. Like 99% of players will only see, oh, it's highlighted yellow. That's what matters. Ignore everything else. I'd rather establish that, no, you have to figure it out. Like, fuck you, use your brain. But, you know, the trade-off here is that every book that you find can be read at any time from your bookshelf. So it's not like you can only read it once and then it's gone. Some players will only read that. The players that will read the whole thing will be minority. Yeah, I agree that I'm working against the majority. I agree. Because that has been established by designers like me. I'm fucked because other designers made the decision to, oh, let's make it easier for the player to see the things that are important. And now every game does that. And now every gamer expects that. But I'll tell you what, if you go on like Twitter, and this does not translate to sales, what I'm about to say, keep in mind, getting 100,000 likes on your Twitter trailer for your game does not mean that you will get sales from that. But there seems to be a good size of individuals who don't want the hand-holding. They like to discover things. They like that they have to use their brain. I think that it's just been conditioned into players. Can't unfuck with one title? No, you can't. If we shouldn't challenge it on your first one, well, I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. Brain required to play my game. I was playing the Riven remake yesterday, and I wrote down solutions to puzzles that I had discovered. And it felt good. It felt good that I had to draw a symbol and then put the number that was associated with that symbol next to it. Outside of a game. I liked it. Well, I'm just saying, using my brain was nice. It was nice that the game wasn't like, oh, you discovered that this symbol equals 7. The ancient gods, Elganon and Gillinane, will remember that you insulted them by telling them that they had poo-poo pants. Using brain nice, got a still tempered about my ass. You didn't read all the text in every single RPG? No, because they didn't mean anything. Because they never actually did anything. Reading text in every single RPG never unlocked information that was useful to the game. And therefore, I never had to. But I guarantee that a game that does establish that, even Starfield, established that optional dialogue could change the way that people thought and looked at you, made me think, oh shit, I gotta be a little bit more careful with what I say. And that's the thing, like Divinity, I know Witcher 3 also unlocked quests by opening books. The problem is that they just, all you had to do was open the book, click through every page, and then close it. And the game did the rest for you. So it still didn't require you to read the book, it just required you to use the action of opening the book. Click a few times, click another button, and you have what you need. That's what I don't like. Reading wasn't well, I will say that book reading isn't the core. Reading is core here. And I think that we established that. We can establish that immediately with books. With this alchemy book. Because it teaches the player information about ingredients. We can establish that with a tutorial NPC who might have different things open up completely based on the things that you say. You're gonna put significant money into making the text interesting? Yes. Yes, 100%. I want a game where for the first time I feel like not just main dialogue matters, but also optional dialogue. Like one of the key inspirations for Cauldron Chronicles was that, in my opinion, it's not the big world-ending discussions that often make me think the most or that change who I am. It's oftentimes the small conversations that I have with friends and family that seem innocuous at first, but I ruminate on. Basically, finding a book is a big event, sort of, right? No trash books. Yeah, I don't want trash books. I do want lore books, but I want those lore books to still have things that they can open up in dialogue. Like, you learn knowledge. You learn about the world, and so then you can now have new dialogue options about your knowledge of the world. And, you know, like we do that with Spoon, with his book, but we also do that with the Sunblight book. Maybe mark books that are interesting via some glow of coloring. Nope, because that again, that has the same thing as like highlighted text. Hey Kent. Seed plant dialogue is the best, where you can find that start point and things grow from there. Yeah. I don't want to give the player any hints of what's interesting or not. And it's not that the player has to remember it, right? Because the player can read any book that they find or pick up once instantly is available at the bookshelf, no matter what. So you collect that knowledge, you gain that knowledge can be read in your encyclopedia, and then we can use this desired knowledge system that I will write up the design for in a couple weeks to unlock dialogue. But we are fighting against the norm. We're fighting against the established principle that that books aren't important, optional dialogue is never going to impact the story, and any text that isn't highlighted is just flavor. It'll be tough to fight against that. Initial assumption is that books are books. It's usually extra stuff you don't need. Setting the expectation that every book may or may not be interesting is a gamble. I think that it can work. What's new one all about? It's the overhaul for tutorial. It's the order of events that I want to push the player in. I agree it's a gamble, but I mean that's what indie games are about, right? Do you really want another game with yellow paint? Do you not want an RPG game where books are just you pick them up and they don't mean anything? Wouldn't it be interesting that if you learn that knowledge as a player, that your character now can use that knowledge later on? To me, that sounds fun. That sounds nice. Not too many gambles in gaming today, and gaming is worse off for it. I agree. Yellow paint is the dumbification of smart design. If we establish that every book will give you some knowledge, I think that that's a start. Reading the book actually flip a flag in the code that lets you do stuff? Yes. Yep, it does. Yep, I can now, I reworked that with the book overhaul, so now every page that you see visibly as a player can unlock knowledge. So yeah, no trash books. They will all do something. They will all, even if it's one, maybe it doesn't unlock ingredient knowledge, maybe it doesn't unlock fishing knowledge, but it is still knowledge that you gain that can then be used to unlock dialogue. And you don't have to remember, right? Because you can just like close a dialogue at some point, and maybe I'll even make it so that you can pull up your book to read that knowledge again while like mid dialogue. I'm okay with that. I don't care if the player breaks the flow of a dialogue to open up their encyclopedia and just be like, okay, what does that mean again? Oh yeah, that's how that works. Okay, let me say that then, because that's the information. I'm okay with that. You know, it's gamification that I think helps the player. Expecting players to remember all the information of a game is really fucking stupid. Not gonna work. A notepad? Yeah, I'm open to that. I think that not only is the notepad going to be useful, but I want it to be part of the problem system. I kind of just wrote up some bullet points for that. We talked about it before, but it was a replacement to the commission system. So get rid of this whole main potion, secondary potion bullshit, and instead just have problems that the NPC has that you learn as you talk with them. And you will have to discover those problems. It's not going to be like, NPC has 3 problems, you don't know what they are. It's, you don't see that they have any problem until you talk to them and you learn of that problem. And then each problem has a single potion that will solve it, or that you can give for it. That's the desire for that. As long as there's visual feedback from that being unlocked due to this action, yeah, I'll probably do that. Yeah. We just need that, like, that big encyclopedia that we keep talking about. And for people who are still here, we were talking about that, like, tech debt and prototyping earlier in the stream. We never would have known that there was a better system for handling commissions had we not designed it and learned that the system that we have and thought would be okay is not very good. So that's one of the things that, you know, like, we can solve initially, very early, very cheaply, and then we can produce the right system for it in vertical. So we didn't know about your progression with NPCs, like Stardew has progress bars. Not really. You'll know when you reach an endpoint in most cases. We'll see how much we want to gamify that, because I'd rather... There's a good balance here between gamification and realism. Or if you give an NPC a potion, you don't know what they're going to use it for. Maybe they'll decide later on that they don't actually want that potion and they'll sell it. But of course, this is more realistic than it is fun. So, you know. Our system can do a lot of things. It depends on what we want to do. Let's put it that way. Well, you'd being able to click a paragraph and it would be sent to your notes. I would like... My goal is for every single interaction you have with NPCs to be saved. So you can go back and you can see what you talked about in that interaction. And the things that you said, the responses that you got. And then to also have like a quest system like Divinity has, or like Baldur's Gate 3 has, where it's more of, it doesn't track what you need to do, it tracks events and conversations that you have. Like, we talked with this NPC who mentioned this. You don't know, you may not know what you need to do next, but that's what it is. So like, I met Spoon, who said he was going to a bandit camp to reclaim his gold. I gave him a potion to help fight the bandits. Localization nightmare? Well, money. Money, money, money. long as the books won't be long. We'll try to keep them short-ish. You know, the player will have like 20, 30 real minutes in between NPCs arriving. I mean, there's... Reading a book is an activity if you want to read a lore book. Knowing that it could unlock information that you might be able to use. You know, you can just flick through the pages. Reading won't pause time. It doesn't right now. I don't know why you would want it to, necessarily. We could make it an option. They're time-critical things. I mean, there are things that you might want to do at certain times of the day, sure. We'll just make it an option. I mean, fuck it, why not? Typically opening any kind of inventory pauses time? That's not true. There's a lot of games that do that. But we'll just make it an option. Adventure, action, adventure. Some do. Others do not. Some slow time. Others will not pause time, especially if they want it to be more of an immersive sim. So like a lot of the things in Kingdom Come Deliverance don't pause time. Stealth games may not pause time because they want the player to have to consider where they're doing certain actions. So I wouldn't say that it's a rule. You can absolutely do whatever you want. It just depends on the game. It depends on the interface. Get the most comparisons of Skyrim and the more mainline RPGs. Probably. Like I said, I'll just make it an option. Like, if you want it to pause, just turn it on. If you don't want it to pause, turn it off. Your game, do what you want with it. Some may prefer that it doesn't pause time because they want to just read a book while waiting for the NPC to come back. Gonna make the game more normie proof. Fuck the normies. Use your brain. Read a fucking book. I think we have multiple alchemy table interactions. Yeah, we do. Can we specifically check whether the player right-clicks on the toadstool jar? I think we store the ID of the jar. So, yes? Let me check. We store jar contents. So we could do a check here. We could do a check. Adding options to the game, you'll get the crowd riled up. Why you give me the option? It's your job as a designer to do that. I know. Fuck them. Anybody who thinks like that is really toxic. You choose the buttons you press. I would rather piss off people like that, knowing that I'm giving players the option to play the game that they want to play, than appease them. And even then, I wouldn't be able to appease them because they would complain about some balance option. They would, if I didn't give them the option to turn on or off pausing time while reading a book, I guarantee they would complain that, hey, why doesn't the game pause when I read a book? Or why does the game pause when I read a book? Yeah, when they have no options, they cry, but exactly. This is a non-hardcore single-player game. Do what you want. An option regarding economy currency can make trading with shopkeepers be like IRL currency-wise. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'll have more of those. Right-click ingredient. Close ingredient info panel. Put both ingredients in a cauldron. At dynamic currency conversion, you can opt in for shops to have their own currency. On top of that, you can also check if you want real conversions. That is crazy. What kind of immersive sim are you making where you have that much difference between shops? If I click on the cauldron to get a closer view. Hover over cauldron effect. Drag and drop the ingredient in again. Brew potion. Finalize potion. Talk with NPC 2. Click potions button. Select main potion. Confirm potion. Wait for NPC to return. Talk with NPC 3. Should I start with those? Fine, I wanted to close it anyway because I have to reset the structure status. Skip all those. Fuck them. We will start with those. Yeah, Blueprint, your mom's bad. This is likely where we just want to delete every case of this. Send ingredient to station. Or should we... Should we write all of them in first? Oh. It is what it is. Add normal toadstool to alchemy. Normal dragon eye to alchemy. We don't have this one hooked up yet, so this is fine. Hey, agent. This is barter. Would be the click potions button. Remove ingredient from cauldron. Super happy. Ever have issues about taking pics of stuff for icons or UIs? Issues about taking pics of stuff for icons? What do you mean? Send to shelf, send to alchemy. I don't think we ever sent anything to the shelf. Screenshot of via Unreal Viewport saves it to PNG in your PC. There's commands for that. There's high-res screenshot. There's also debug screenshot. The debug screenshot will take a picture of your UI. I forget the command for that. It's like debug. There's something like that for that. I used to use it in an old debug, like error catcher system. Kinda wish I had that again. No way to take a render in a BP directly to texture with the values I want. Render in a BP directly to texture with the values I want. What does that mean? PNG back from the end. Are you taking screenshots of Unreal to put them into the engine? I'm so confused as to what you're actually accomplishing. Screen caps of meshes in Unreal as icons. Oh, like rendering out a mesh into an icon. Can't you do that in the modeling software? I don't know anything. It's from the jar list item. I see why I had it here too. I was wondering why I had it here. Directly texture with values. Interesting. What is your use case for that? Hey, Tonic. I don't know if we need this one anymore. I just feel like that's not needed. Oh, we'll see. We can always add it back if it is. First potion selection confirmation. This is unused. Yeah, this is the old stuff. We can just delete that. You make 600 icons for inventory pictures. Jesus. Barter pop-up old. I don't feel like this is old. Something about this tells me that it's not old. When's the last time you made a joke about dildos? Probably yesterday. Ugh. Barter confirmation. Oh, I know. This should do select main potion. This can be the confirm. Your house burned yesterday? I sure hope not. I don't recall it. I don't know why that's there. It's weird. Hey, Sean. Devin UEFN sold his game yesterday for 75 mil. You know, I'm gonna be happy when Fortnite just dies and gaming can go back to what it used to be. Hot take. What game? Unused. Don't know what that's there for. Also unused. I don't even think Fortnite's bad. I don't like how much it's overtaken. I don't like this whole idea of the metaverse. Fuck that shit. Update point. Yeah, I mean, trying to win Fortnite kids over to playing other games is probably just a lost cause. Like, it's never gonna happen. Just hate whatever game is popular with children. I think that games like Minecraft had a bit more of a positive effect on our generation than Fortnite is probably having on these kids. Gonna be real. Process ingredient. We don't do processing yet. Just hold off on that. This is the interaction with the alchemy table. Yeah, I mean, it's not even that like Minecraft updates are as good as they used to be or anything, but just that I think that the game has better outcomes on a child's brain than Fortnite does. If Fortnite weren't built to be addictive, it wouldn't be making this much money. And maps wouldn't be making $75 million. I mean, we had some brain rot. Like, we had, I don't know, Gary's mod. But again, Gmod required you to make things. You could almost say that Gmod was Fortnite before Fortnite ever came around. At least in Gmod, it'd be creative. I think making maps is creative. I just think that it's the very reason why they're making that much money is because they're built to be addictive. The fuck is this check? What is this? What is this one checking? I almost wish I hadn't deleted the enumerators. Fuck me. Better. What is better, brain rotted by Fortnite or AFK'd by TikTok and Cocomelon? They're all bad. Like, these are all bad. I don't think anybody can deny that social media, movies and television, and games have all become more brain rotty than they used to be when we were kids. Social media is bad for kids, full stop. Agree. Hard agree. We switch current station? I think this does switch current station first. I mean, he's bad for adults. Social media. I mean, YouTube. I mean, you could say, and it's not that YouTube never had brain rot on it, but I mean, even before that, when we were watching, like, I don't know, if you're North American, you would know, like, Veggie Tales and Arthur, Magic School Bus. I mean, even there was that expose on Cocomelon that showed that the cartoons that existed when we were younger were less brain rotty. I just don't know what this one was supposed to do. You can type exclamation point goal to see my current goal. Pound chicken was pure brain rot. Well, there was that, I don't know if I can find it. I really don't want to have to look fucking... This video by SunnyV2 did break down the time between shots in Cocomelon, and it's actually just... It's way worse than old cartoons used to be. If you haven't seen this, it is a really good video. And I highly recommend it. And if you know any like parents that are using Cocomelon to show their kids, you need them to stop. There's no redeeming factor to Cocomelon. It's not even just brain rot. It's actually stunting children's development. It's that bad. Remember this? Late for a meeting? I probably watched. I don't know if I remember. I don't know if I can watch that because it has some audio in it. Last couple days I've gotten like fucked over on YouTube because I watch things and it blocks me from all countries. Fucking sucks. I watched new Asmongold animation? I don't know. We don't have the processing station check yet, so I'll just skip that. I'll leave it like that. It looks kind of ugly, but... Send ingredient 1. The fuck does that mean? The soundtrack? This is Starbound. Terraria has a pretty short soundtrack, actually. Starbound soundtrack is like 6 hours or something. It's crazy. Is it the Acme Tail file for prototype? Well, this whole thing is prototype, so... Oh, this is returning... I think I can just delete this. We'll add anything back that we need to. Switch to jar cam. Okay. Right click on toadstool jar. Dragon eye jar. Hi, Frank, too. This is the ingredient cam. You can fix that one. It does do pretty decent, Frank, too. I will definitely take a look. It depends on what feedback we get from doing these first pitches. But we'll take a look at everything related to voice acting for Cauldron Chronicles. Late Q2, early Q3 maybe. Remember the TikTok NPC stream trends? Dude, how the fuck did people make money from that? Why would anybody pay for that? There's like actually just, there's nothing of value there. Like you're paying $5 to $10 for somebody to make like a hand gesture for 2 seconds, and that's it. That's crazy. Conditioned by the gaming industry, maybe. I mean, maybe there is part of that. I think that check will work. Do you want to work? Hello? Okay. Maybe I'll try reloading plastic. Oh, their cloud servers went down. Yeah, that'll make development so easy today. I mean, it says it's all operational. There it is. Not gonna stop this from fucking up though. Fuck off. Thanks, Unity. I should have known you would cuck me. I like how every new generation of kids discovers Baby Shark and thinks that it's like their discovery. And they're the first ones to ever sing that song. Bro, I was singing Baby Shark in YMCA camp before you were even a sperm. So shut the fuck up, kid. Actually, like Baby Shark is a good song. "15 assets were open. Do I want to reopen them? Sure, yeah, fuck it, whatever. Game dev is my brain rot. Where's the alchemy table? Hello, Mr. Alchemy Table. Wah, 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 wah. Where is the attempt tutorial trigger? I gotta reset this up. Okay, and this one is, what the fuck is this? It's the potion for the tutorial.
Shiitake?
No. Pass. Watch Cocomelon video, and my take is that just leaving the child on YouTube is the problem. I think there's some of that. I agree that any time in front of a screen for a developing child is probably not good time, but I do think that there are things of value. For instance, there are great shows that I think are quite positive at teaching player like values and principles and like virtues. Books could do this too, right? So it's not like videos or YouTube is the only way to obtain this. But I'd still venture to bet that there are things that can achieve the same result in a much better way than any YouTube video could. But Cocomelon, at the very least, from that video, is just absolutely negative in every single way to a child's development. There's nothing redeeming about it. What is this one? Potion finishing. Okay, we do not have any text hooked up to this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll figure it out. one objective at a time, I guess. This, but also the type of content can make. Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes back to like a discussion I think we had a few months ago where like like raising a kid on an iPad or a phone is dangerous because you're not describing what content the child is engaging with. Like if maybe, let's say that the child opens up like a science application to learn about, I don't know, rocks and minerals. It's great. I think that's great. I think there's education value to that. And that is iPad time or phone time spent learning, educating. But nobody actually qualifies, what content is being used in front of an iPad. And usually if you just shove the kid in front of an iPad and you walk away, they're not going to open up that science app. 99% of kids aren't going to open up that science app. They're going to open up fucking YouTube, Fortnite, or Pornhub. I don't know. Whatever kids do. content's really the problem. YouTube has a lot of bad content. It does. I mean, I think the dangerous thing about that video was that it's in like, parents are like, oh, YouTube Kids, that means that it'll be educational, good content for them. And it's like, the worst content on YouTube, arguably, is in YouTube Kids. And CoComelon isn't even the only one. There's also, like, some sexual stuff in YouTube Kids. I don't know if that was in the same video. I think it was a different video that showed that there's actual sexual content in YouTube Kids. I think the reality is that you just, if you're gonna have a child, anytime they're in front of a screen, arguably, you should be there to supervise. Well, arguing say it's the parents' fault, but when you need to give them something to watch and see CoComelon, see education content, the parent will say, oh, sweet. I kind of still blame the parents because it's like, well, you should vet this information. I mean, I think that our parents, if you're like around 30, probably had similar issues with like video games and the introduction of the internet. And I don't think a lot of parents were good at keeping up on that. I'm just gonna put... Hold on. During COVID, we had to work so the kid had to do something in the meantime. Yeah, and that's kind of the danger, right? Not just the parents' fault, agree. Like I said, if you need to do something fast, you don't have time to vet, then you should actually do have time. I mean, honestly, I just wouldn't put my kid in front of a screen. You can still buy, like, Lincoln Logs, right? You can still buy these. Yeah, fucking give him this. Go give him something to build. Give them the, kids electric set. One of these. Give him puzzle books. Give him Legos. Give him books to read, chapter books. Fuck it. They run out of logs. Tell them to make some of their own. I don't know, give them something that actually challenges their brain, right? I don't know. They're going to get to a point, to an age where they have to have a screen and they have to know how to use it. Otherwise, they will be stunted for interacting with society. But up until that age, I mean, they don't... Look, a kid doesn't fucking need a screen of their own or unsupervised screen time before they're in grade school. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean you can't have your kid play a game with you or something, right? Or sit down and, play something or play Minecraft together, whatever. But just... They don't need anything of their own until that point. Parents' fault for choosing the easiest option was to give them a phone or a tablet or TV, yeah. Yeah. I think being a game dev also just gives me a different perspective on screen time as a whole. Because, like, I see how addictive it is in the industry. And so there's like no way in hell I'm gonna let my kid just play games on their own until they're at a certain age. And even then, limited. Okay, let's start with these. These are children BPs, so we could edit them. We do have custom interaction logic. What are the events for stopping? I think it is just interact, then I switch on something. Let me double check. Oh, book escape. Handle input context. Custom interaction. This should be on pickup, as far as I know. Oops, not that. I had a colleague. He had 2 daughters. Has 2 daughters. And one of them got super addicted to screens. Now he was good at he was on top of that pretty quickly to close that out. I had another colleague. She had a friend who she would babysit the kid for sometimes. And that kid was addicted to screens, and the parent did nothing. Anytime he tried to pull a screen away from him, he would throw things, he would hit people, violent, angry. Dangerous. Screens are dangerous for kids. In problem with the kid now said he talks super good English, and all the English schools here are all French. So I had to pay more to get him to schools that speak at least both. That is an interesting problem. Language deficiencies, I imagine, will be quite a significant issue for newer children. I've already seen, I think we talked about this the other day, that kids are unable to write. And I think ChatGPT is only going to make that worse. The funny thing is that the worse the kid is naturally at writing, like all a teacher has to do is get kids to write something on like pen and paper every 2 weeks, see where their writing skills are at, and then just compare that to the stuff that they turn in. I think it'll actually become easier to discover which kids are using ChatGPT to cheat, because they will just naturally be retarded at writing anything apart from that. This is my assumption. US writing ability stats. Bro. 73% of US 8th and 12th grade students lack proficiency in writing. 50% of US high school graduates are not prepared. I don't think this is a US only problem, right? Because of course everybody has access to ChatGPT and bullshit. Over 50% of US adults score below an international benchmark for literacy, with 20% scoring at the very lowest levels. What is this what is that test though? What is this? What is the test being run and what does it look like? Oh, this is the National Assessment of Educational Progress. So this is the NAEP that we saw the other week from 2011. That's 2011, by the way. That's before ChatGPT. Kids are cooked. Interesting study. Writing about this is kind of curious. Writing about values boosts grades and shrinks achievement gap. In a series of 15-minute writing assignments, the researchers asked half of the students to complete a self-affirming exercise to choose from a list of values such as relationships with friends and family, athletic ability, and smarts, and write about the value most important to them. The control group was asked to write about why the values they ranked as unimportant might matter to someone else. I like that writing assignment. I do like that. Researchers found that the exercise reduced the achievement gap between black and white students by 40% over one term. Researchers said the exercises benefited low-achieving black students the most, while they appeared to have little impact on white students or already high-achieving black students. That's interesting. Raised their GPA by 0.4 of a point. That's not small. They were also less likely to need remedial work or to repeat a grade. 5% as compared to 18% of the control group. That's such an easy assignment to do too. Why doesn't anybody talk about this shit? This is good. It's from 2009. Still though, I like that. 15-minute assignment to increase GPA by 0.4 and to reduce remedial work or repeating grades from 18 to 5% for 15 minutes. Pretty incredible. Makes me think of The Wire season 4. If you know, you know. Collect first ingredients. I think we need to do a check for ingredients. Yeah, if you've watched The Wire, you know. If you haven't watched The Wire, you should watch The Wire. It's still relevant to this day. It's still good, and it has some of the best writing. Can attribute this to people not reading books anymore, and their vocabulary is limited. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, English is it's a great language because you don't need to know you don't need to have an extensive vocabulary to know how to communicate between people. Almost like it baits you. Increasing grades means we cannot have as much cheap labor. But yeah, we're cooked. We are cooked. Do I just hard code it? That's types found. Check tutorial stage requirements. Got your air purifier case? Air purifier case? So it's a computer case and an air purifier? That is the craziest thing I've seen. What will you do when the narrative designer comes to you and says, "Hey man, I never read any book, but I know how to write fantasy"? I'll say, get the fuck out. I actually might try to find book writers who are experienced writing dialogue and get them to assist with writing. I might not go for game writers, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if that's a smart move, but I can only compare it to if some of the most well-loved RPG games in history were written by people who often wrote books. I don't think that it's a bad thing to hire people who write books. Oh, it's in the stage balance, that's right. Hold on. You don't need to read as many books if you're mostly doing world building. Prose will suck though, that's where you need a lot more reading. I think it would be kind of retarded not to hire, or to hire a writer who doesn't read a lot, if those exist. Writers, yeah, I don't think I've heard of a writer who doesn't read a lot, but I know that we won't do that. Started off reading things in Avowed, but by the mid-game I just gave up. I think I was a little stunted with Avowed because I didn't play Pillars of Eternity, or I never beat them. I played the first one a little bit. I think that the story got better later in the game, but wasn't very good early in the game. I don't think Avowed sucked. It was okay. It was decent. It was okay. The ending was pretty good. Do we check tutorial stage requirements though when doing this, or should we have run that separately? That might get tested. Open inventory. Like lore is told by the perspective of the characters, like in some RPGs where they actually commenting on a location or object or enemy in the lore book. You'd like my mod for Darkest Dungeon then. 300 pages of just that. This one we need to add. Eat flowering bush. Shout out to Bush. UI inventory. Eat ingredients. Attempt tutorial trigger. Eat flowering bush. I think what having like lore being read by the character also helps to do is to you're not just world building, you're also character building at that time. Like you're building up a path that that character took in life. Maybe you're, you know, like writing like a historian or something. You're killing two birds with one stone. And, like you said, the benefit of unreliable narrators. Find a shroom where it cuts to the I was delayed Gandalf meme. If we have time to add a whole bunch of memes into the game, which I hope we do, we can do some stuff like that. Function library? Why are you not compiling? Oh. Oh, trigger first NPC. Oh yeah, this has to go up to the right tutorial stage for that. We can just ignore that for the moment. Only problem is when we open up the inventory, we do hide the tutorial. And it is behind the inventory. Why is it behind the inventory? Yeah, I can order the UI layers, but I thought that it was above. That kind of that causes some problems. Do I include it as part of the main HUD? The inventory's not on there. Separate. Let me see here. What's that gonna fuck up if I change it? I can test this. My family line will endure throughout this Hurricane 5.5 update. I wonder if my family line will live through Coco Melon. I haven't personally had performance problems with many of the newer Unreal games. Lumen is just a pure loss in terms of performance because it's global illumination, ray trace global illumination. So it's like it's never going to be more performant than baked lighting or not using that sort of global illumination method. Nanite can be a performance gain, but you have to use it correctly. So nanite is not a performance loss. It is just a more upfront performance cost or a nearly infinite scalability for mesh detail in scenes. Unfortunately, a lot of the Unreal games that we've been playing to have been built on Unreal 5.0 through 5.2, which were the least performant versions of Unreal 5. I mean, we'll see if that works. I don't see any problem with opening up the inventory and doing it this way. We'll see, though. Most non-AAA devs are not using any of these features correctly. Well, like I said, using Lumen is... You're not going to get better performance out of Lumen than older methods of doing lighting. But there are ways to make Lumen more performant. What can get you a performance boost, but it depends on game to game, is nanite. But if you don't use nanite correctly, it will be a larger performance overhead than old school methods of LODs. However, nanite is also meant to save time. So, like, it requires a lot of geometry, and it also requires that a lot of things be turned on with nanite. If you only have a few things turned on with nanite, you aren't benefiting from its culling. The players just generally don't understand how nanite works because that, you know, it's fair. It's kind of a weird technology, and shitty YouTube videos by people like Threat Interactive don't actually go into detail about how nanite is good and what it's supposed to be used for. Grifter Interactive. Very, very cherry picky with his information that he gives, and then just shits on it. And we're also we're at a point too where technology has surpassed GPU capability, and we need GPUs to catch up to that. It happens every like 5 years. Anybody who's older than 20 knows all of this. Like we've said before, go back to when Witcher 3 launched and try to turn on hair physics. Go do it. Oh, you don't have 2 GPUs, one of them to just run physics calculations? Oops, guess you can't turn that on then. You had to have NVIDIA SLI. You had to have 2 GPUs, one of them just to handle physics. And now, you know, turning on physics in a game is just, oh yeah, fun. We can safely make a game without using all the new tech in 5.5. Well, 5.5 is also way more performant, especially with like Lumen, than like 5.2 was. 5.2 Lumen was honestly just broken. .3 introduced a lot of fixes to that, and now with Mega Lights in 5.5, I think that lighting will become even better. And I think that they're doing virtual shadow map improvements as well in the future, probably with 5.6 or 5.7. Well, Lumen is great for like open world games with day-night cycles. Like, it's absolutely fantastic, but you do need good settings for it. But yeah, you do want to decide on a per game basis, 100%. 100%. You graphics programmers don't see eye to eye with him. Most people don't. I think gamers watch Threat Interactive because he got boosted by some social, by some like, you know, content creators, and they just don't. It actually takes a little bit of work to understand how nanite and Lumen work, and a lot of gamers aren't going to go to that length. And even if you are, if you're knowledgeable about game dev, understanding exactly how nanite and Lumen works is still kind of a bit of an uphill struggle for people who aren't graphics programmers, right? Who may not be on the tech side of art. It's just kind of, it's weird technology, and it works in very different ways than old school rendering methods. Nanite primarily, right? So I understand it. I get, you know, people were bamboozled. But I played Avowed. Avowed ran very well. It looked great. I didn't have any problems with it. I actually didn't have like any performance drops in Avowed at all, now that I think about it. Maybe if the player is on that tutorial, I won't hide it. But also, this should be clickable through, and it's not. And I could have sworn that I made it clickable through. Self only. Self and all children. But on lower settings look like ass, especially the transparency. Higher settings great, if you can push that in 4K. I was just playing 1080p on max settings with DLAA. Or... yeah, I think I was using DLAA. It ran well. Ran very well. And Stalker 2 also ran very well for me. Only a couple problems in a couple of these settlements, but they already fixed those issues, so. Why is it still... it testable? Oh, there we go. Back to Lumen, if you're doing the type of game where it works, you still need to tweak it a lot. Yeah, that's what I've seen. But there's some, if you can like weasel your way down into some of the threads on the Unreal forums, you can get some pretty good console variables to modify. All games that use Lumen I've seen have the bubbling issue in darker areas. You mean like the you'll see the I kind of like see it as like light leaking, right? Yeah, the constantly, but yeah, I have seen that issue. We had some shitty meshes too from this dungeon pack we used, and I had to put black boxes around it to prevent the light from seeping in from outside. It was very annoying. Well, it's missing accuracy in the probes. I know it can take an issue for it all to update, but also I don't care at this point. My name is Mika. Thank you for the follow. I would hope that your name is Mika. Or you're a liar. What was I testing? Oh yeah, if the player opens the inventory and we're on that... I guess it is. Hey, that's a good thing. You passed the test. The player is on that tutorial page, we will not close the tutorial widget. I understand games requiring ray tracing nowadays. Being able to toggle it on and off should be a thing. It generally is. Like Lumen is actually disabled on Unreal at global illumination settings, I think at medium or lower. Implodey you might know for sure. And it resorts to a backup method. I mean, it'll look like trash, but it will be turned off. I don't actually remember. Yeah, I think medium settings of global illumination turn Lumen off. Lumen is great. I mean, Lumen is, it really is great. It's just, it's expensive. We need hardware to catch up with it, and we need more improvements from Epic's side. What are we doing here? I am updating my tutorial bit by bit. We're getting ready to do a big pitching push to publishers, and I want to make sure that we have all that updated. Yeah, I think we would want to just skip that. So run this. It should work. So if the player is on that specific tutorial task, then we just won't hide the tutorial widget. It will be annoying, it kind of pops up over, but that's a future UX problem. We'll worry about that later. Oops. Yeah. Switch to ingredient tab. We could hide it then if we want. I could move this as well. I don't know. Worry about it later. Beautiful, that works. Okay, what are the next ones we need to implement? Close inventory. Go back to hut. I'm just putting in placeholder names for these right now while we do the overhaul. Go back to Nova Huta. Wait for NPC to arrive. This one should... Going back into the hut should spawn the first NPC. I forget where we do that. Probably in the game instance. Report parts in GI algorithms. How do we efficiently store and access radiance information? How do we efficiently gather said radiance information? I don't know if your current company contract allows you to outsource, but I'd love to at some point in the future call on you if we need to take a look at our CVARs for Lumen. Are you serious? Is this went down again? Bro, what is happening to plastic? This dude, why? Why does... We literally cannot work until this comes back online. I think it's about a method of doing procedural generation on the GPU. Using GPU work graphs. Interesting. Hey, CPU Beats. It's so annoying that it hangs the engine while it's waiting. It can't even say, hey, we can't connect to source control. Do you want to just make the file writable right now? Plastic also allows you to make things writable. It's unreal that it completely hitches. So if I want to like check something out, I can, you know, make it writable, right? But if it can't connect to source control, then you just get fucked. We don't use perforce. We think perforce is not very good. It's a bad industry standard. Always works perforce. We're probably gonna switch to diversion once we enter production, because it looks like even better than plastic and still better than perforce. I still need to meet with somebody from diversion, but I'll probably do it after our first round of pitching. But I have a colleague using it right now, so if he's up to date with it, then he'll make some documentation for us to get used to it. We used to use perforce a little bit, and it was horrible. I think even before perforce, no, it was after perforce we tried something else. Don't remember the name of it. Horrendous. We went to plastic. Plastic was great for coders, and we liked its branching. Better pricing too. But diversion looks like it's even better than that. Version is a Discord? That's nice. That is very nice. I don't know what's going on with plastic today, but it's just being an asshole. They're having some cloud problems or something. When I joined the industry, perforce was the thing. It still is due to their long presence. Yeah, it's still a thing. I've been in the industry for over 10 years, and perforce for some reason is just the go-to. I don't know why. It's really not that great in my opinion. Okay, what do we need to add that's new here? Closed inventory should be fine. Well, no, it's not. I have to add that. Would FBX still be in the standard? Industry moves very slowly with replacing tooling. Familiarity bias too. Understand. You know, it is what it is. that should be fine. Go back into hut. We don't really have anything to trigger that. I could use the house boxes here, I guess, if we want. Why not? All we care about is the tutorial being playable, not where we put that functionality. That should spawn the first NPC. This should still work, although we'll see. And talk with NPC should still work. Closed dialogue probably isn't hooked up. Like biggest issue for game dev, however, is finding a way on how to share assets and asset changes in version control. What do you mean, like share asset changes? Isn't that what like branching is for? And making sure that you are doing smaller, more focused commits? And doing file locks? So modifies an asset, you want to change that to be pushed to main dev at some point? You want to track the entire binary? Oh, like doing... Yeah. I see. I think I see what you mean. I'm pretty sure that Plastic does this, and others might do it too. I'm nearly 100% sure, though, that Plastic does it. Okay, did that actually trigger it? Oh yeah, look, Spoon's here. Did that do it too soon, though? That might have done it at the start of that and not at the end. We'll double check that. Okay, we still work on that. Hey, Tilo. Hope you're doing well. We are.
FBI, open up!
If we talk real quietly, they won't know we're here. Enough artists work on the history, it'll be slow bloated, it will take ages to clone. I think that Plastic does only change what is different. My colleague would know more than I do. But for instance, you know, we've had to change our main level multiple times, and it's like 120 megabytes, right? Because it's a pretty big ass level. But our cloud size is pretty small. Korean Kuban didn't DM me. I didn't have too much time, but I can come back if you want. If you want to hang out before we do. Are you gonna go to Digital Dragons, Bartosz? Did we talk about that? Because I'll definitely be there in mid-May. Okay, so you will be there? We can meet before that, though. When is DD? It is May 18th through 20th. Yeah. But honestly, I've implemented some changes on Unreal to allow us to just stream assets onto the editor by dumping all the assets into our streaming directory, and our asset registry will only list the assets that are being used in the application. Never import anything by default. Pretty cool. There's a source file. When importing a source, we grab the object data from it. It could be a mesh, it could be audio. Main difference is that U assets have their metadata, object data coupled together with this method. Our asset will only end up with the metadata. Interesting. I haven't heard of that method being used before. Pretty cool though. I don't think I'll have enough money by that then. It's not too expensive. They're doing early bird tickets right now, actually. If you didn't get an email about early bird tickets, I can give you the early bird message they gave me. If I would buy DD Pass, which one should I do? Just the regular. I don't think you need the business pass. Yeah, regular price will be done in 28 days. Regular pass is 1.4 thousand zloty. God, they've increased that. I feel like it was way cheaper last year. Oh wait, this is the regular price. So where's the early bird? Maybe I missed it. Oh, end of March. It was literally end of March for early bird. Oops. Rip. Cuthbert, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but plastic only, you know, if like I make changes to the main level here, it does not update the entire level asset in the source control. It only updates what it changed. No. It does that for other files though, right? For non-binary files. They, them. Okay. Okay, I see. Sorry for the thesis. No, it's interesting. If we have world partition, then we would have the single file per actor. So yeah, that would fix that problem with the level. But it's just U assets are binary, so they have to have that problem, right? Also, while you're here, Casper, there was one problem. There was a task with an invalid delegate call here. And it had I just deleted it for now, but you probably have to add it back in. I don't know what it was supposed to call, but it was something for the max speed multiplier. It just doesn't exist. It was causing a compile error. And I wanted to double check with you on the status of a few tasks. Quick production meeting. Get pawn? Yeah, okay. Cast a base AI. Which one? It's not there, is it? Should I just let you do this after I'm done today? Yeah. Did you solve the problem with the player's death yet? Or has that not been done yet? Out of curiosity. Oh, okay, so I'll leave that in progress. Poison VFX and code I moved over. That is completely done, right? Should be? Okay. Good enough for me. I saw that you made the environmental box, or the box for the poison. So this just needs to be thrown in. I don't know if you wanted to do that or not, but didn't test it. If you want to throw that in, you can, and test that at the same time. You throw it in? Fuck you. I'm trying to do the tutorial rework. Fuck you. Okay. No, I gotta do the tutorial rework. You can finish the player death, fix this bug, and then do the poison pool. That would be great. Those should all be pretty quick, hopefully. The tutorial rework is probably going to take me through to the end of the week. Because I will have to write a new character for it. A very small character, but I will have to write a new character. You showed me the thing on Steamworks integration. We'll worry about that later in the month. And a lot of this stuff I will move to our Uber backlog or just delete for now. Unless there's anything that you think here should be done before first playable is finished. It looks easy? Yeah, we'll check it out. We'll check it out then. Talk with NPC and close dialogue. Okay, where's my NPCs? Where's Spoon? Yeah, I saw that skeletons and zombies aren't moving, like, at all. Well, none of the, like you said, none of the AI is working. Do that issue. I don't know what you're doing now. If you have time, though, I could just quickly... I could commit, and then you could fix it, and then... I don't need to test AI right now, so I don't know. If you want to wait until the end of the day, like normal, you can. It's up to you. End of the day? Okay. Yeah, I'll just throw it in base. Attempt tutorial trigger. Talk with NPC. We have 3 of these. So we'll just daisy chain them. But we'll need one for closing dialogue. There's 2 buttons for this though. There's the debug close and then the main close. We'll check here. Hold on. End dialogue. End encounter. I think we do a callback to this though with the debug button, but I'll test it out. Out of curiosity, let me check if I put that on the right stage. No, that needs to be moved 1 stage down. We can do that. Yeah, it does not call back, okay. That one doesn't either. We'll fix that. It's the right one. Dialogue widget. Okay, that should solve that. There's a few things too. I'm gonna put them in the bugs to fix file, but they're not bugs. They're just thoughts that I had. We fixed that yesterday. Alchemy table and bookshelf should have tooltips. That should be a really easy fix, but I'm gonna worry about that later. Okay, very good. Very good. Beautiful. What's next? Interact with alchemy table 1. I'm gonna do like a rolling comment just so we can see what we already have completed. Switch to ingredient shelf. Right click on toadstool jar. Add normal toadstool to alchemy. Close toadstool jar. Let's start with that, because if I can get that to work, then the dragon's eye will be built pretty similarly. These two should be functional. The ones that won't be will be these ones. Because they're new. Kurwa. Okay. That'll have to be thrown in the alchemy table. Somewhere. Input actions. Click and drag, alchemy click. This one though. Harvard ingredient jar. Switch to jar cam. We do BPI calls. I could do a BPI call here. Can I test something for you? Yeah, what is it? What do you want? Open the link in Discord. Okay, let me open up Discord. BPI basic AI. Why is this not in the alchemy folder? What is that, movement? Did I close the task? I think I did. Not this one. Do BPI call? What's the name of the function? I could look it up. Is it the get max speed? I thought I unhooked get max speed though. I could have sworn that doesn't actually work. I'm nearly certain that I unhooked that from animals. I don't remember why though. Yeah, it is unhooked. Or did we hook it up individually for each animal? I think that's what we did. Yes, that's what we did. It should be good. We could use the BPI for the jar to send data to it. I think we store, no, we don't. We can just do this as string and do a substring check. We'll keep it super simple. Dragon's Eye. I mean, there's no way that should ever lead to that, but I can still do the test, I mean. Well, no, there's no way that should ever happen. we can delete these from here. And instead do the call. Ugly, but works. Add normal toadstool. This will be done in the jar list widget. Let me see how we even store this. I do store the ingredient ID, so I could do the check here. ING Dragons IN. Yeah. Ugly, but will be functional. We'll check it out, Cosper, don't worry. I'm running out of time here. I still have to do all the documentation and pitch stuff this month. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Especially now that I have to write a new NPC, short, but still new NPC for the tutorial. We have so much testing that has to be done. And new trailer. Busy, busy, busy. Closed toadstool jar. Closed toadstool. I guess I could run the tutorial interface on close as well for the jar. No, I can put this somewhere else. A new character? Okay, one sec. Jar list. Oh, this doesn't have the X though. This is the alchemy HUD. That I think would make that determination. Handle exit button. It would be okay to put it here. Actually. Close toadstool jar, close. We just do switch to alchemy tab. No, this should trigger. I touch every blueprint today. Here he comes. Oh Lord, he coming. Go on your little stool. Good boy. Switching tab should check close toadstool jar. Because it will automatically close. I thought that that ran the handle X button, handle the close button, but apparently it doesn't, so fine. Okay. How many little places do you have to put these checks? That's zoom. It's not switching cam. Cam switches happen here. It would be good to put little comment boxes around these that are colored so we know at a glance what's like scripty tutorial logic stuff. Should work though. $25, it's African American boxes. That's not what I meant. Naughty, naughty. Oh, I have no toadstool jar. Let me go grab a toadstool. Blah. I scared him. Could I have just cheated ingredients? Yes. Did I think about doing that? No. What in the trigger? Oh, because I put it on the wrong ones. It should be These two. But that will trigger it. And I think pressing escape to back out of it should also trigger it too. I can test that. That didn't? Huh. I could have sworn I run trigger exit button, but maybe I call handle exit button specifically. In which case, maybe it's better just to throw this in handle exit button. Oh. I hate making tutorials. It's already 1 p.m. Fuck me, do this. Oh my god, this is going by so fast. The time is going by fast. The progress is not going by fast. Holy shit. I was gonna look, I'm like, oh, it's 11 a.m. No, it's 1 p.m. What the fuck? Okay, goal is just to get... I don't even know. I mean, this isn't even all the tasks that we have done. Or that we want done. We're up to here. We still have these ones. Oh. Kurwa. I click on your... Okay, these should be kind of copy-pastable. We don't need that one. We assume the player already knows how to close the jar. Switch to alchemy tab. Right click ingredient. Close ingredient info panel. Drop both ingredients into Cauldron. This is just actually going to check if you have more than two or more ingredients in the Cauldron. If we want to do a specific check for that, we can. Let's start with these. These three should be, or these two should be hooked up. This one should work. I might have disabled that. I can test though. Alchemy table, input. Alchemy click, no, zoom input. Hovering ingredient. Right click ingredient. Okay, that should be working then. Close ingredient info panel. I might have hooked this up to... No, this isn't a handle exit button. Yeah, do that check there too. Should work. Because we do switch. Yeah, I think this will work. I think this works. For whatever it's worth, I did make the alchemy table reasonably well. Better than many of my other things, but that is because we did a big refactor of the alchemy table. It did take a lot of time though. Close ingredient info panel, put both ingredients in cauldron. That should be hooked up. So these should all work. We're gonna see. I could update the cheat or pushing tutorial the first NPC as well if we want. Just skip these. Okay, interact with alchemy table. Toadstool jar. Will only react to the normal one. Close toadstool jar. Right click on dragon's eye. Again, should only react to dragon's eye. Add normal. Beautiful. Right click an ingredient. Close ingredient panel. Put both in cauldron. Okay. Okay. There is a better way I can make this too that'll be a little bit less bloaty. We'll probably do that, but it's a prototype. Make sure it works first, right? Right click cauldron. Grab your dick and double click. That is actually from a real Broadway song, by the way. From a song called The Internet is for Porn. Hover over cauldron effect. Remove ingredient from cauldron. Right click cauldron again. Drop ingredient in again. Brew potion. Finalize potion. Okay, right click cauldron I don't think is set up. But that'll be easy. Switch to cauldron chem. Right click cauldron 1. Technically right click cauldron 2 is to exit, in which case we run handle exit button, so I guess we can throw that on that as well. The fuck is that? Oh, here it is. I could just collapse these nodes too once we get these all hooked up. Remove ingredient. Hover over Cauldron effect and remove ingredient from Cauldron. Hover over ingredient effect. Widget. That is a widget. Cauldron. It's whatever widget we make in this. I don't remember which one we make. Jesus Christ. Easily the wildest function I've ever made. It's fine to test it there. It should be fine to put there. I would normally like put it at the end, but whatever. Oh, wonderful! I just closed the thing that I needed. That's smart. Okay, what's next? Remove ingredient from Cauldron. That looks hooked up. Drop ingredient in again. I think we're only testing that the once. Fixed. Brew potion and finalize potion. That'll be on the brew button. And then we need potion finishing. That's hooked up, okay. We'll see if these work. We know that those are working. Toadstool. Dragon's Eye. Let me read this book real quick. We should know restore health on both of these. Beautiful. Put both ingredients in. Right click Cauldron. Hover over Cauldron effect. Remove ingredient from Cauldron. Right click Cauldron again. Brew potion. I don't like that it's... I don't like that that's grayed out. I know why I did it though. I could keep the blur widget there to block input from going past it. I want to do that. Hey, Justin. How you doing today, man? By the way, I do want to play something with you. I'm really sorry. It's such a busy month. You said you had Deep Rock. It would be fun to play some Deep Rock. Okay, beautiful. Finalize. Okay, let's try Rock and Stone. Actually, I pitched Cauldron Chronicles to Ghost Ship, the publishers of Deep Rock. It was last year though. Yeah, let me load up the potion finisher and I'll keep it there. I'm gonna set blur strength to nothing, just to block input. Said not enough Frankenstone. They did not like how they didn't see that how much of a sandbox Cauldron Chronicle was. They thought it was more narrative driven. It probably was the way that I pitched it too. I mean, for sure it was part of that. We did pitch it more as a narrative game, like a... We pitched it more as an action-adventure game with puzzles driven by the narrative, and less so a sandbox RPG. Narrative sandbox RPG that it is. My fault. I mean, plus we just didn't know that the game would be leaning more heavily into that at that time, so I'll try to reach out to them again and see if they're willing to chat. They probably will. Include more rock, more stone, and you're good. I mean, from what I've seen, they seem to love games that are like really systems driven, and Cauldron Chronicles is systems driven. It's just you interact with the systems to push forward the narrative. And I think I just need to word that in a better way that makes more sense. And plus, now that we have a lot of these systems implemented that we didn't have last year, I think it will make more sense. We'll see. Okay. Talk with NPC 2, click potions button. Move these over. The guy was nice though. The guy was nice. He was very strict, which was both a bit intimidating, but I also appreciate that. But yeah, we'll just... I'm sure he'll be willing to talk again, and I think that our pitch this year will be much better. Yeah, I agree with you. One, two, three, four, five, six. Test the next batch. I'm not happy when I look back at our old pitch deck. Really not happy with it. Because we did pitch this as a adventure puzzle hybrid game. That might be the most retarded thing that I've ever written in a pitch deck. That is what it felt like more at that time, to be fair, but yeah, that's like the first sentence that I say, and it's the worst sentence to say. Dumb. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I'm gonna make sure that publishers understand RPG, RPG, RPG. Especially because when they think, okay, action adventure, well, that's pretty large. Puzzle hybrid, okay, puzzle's a much smaller genre. RPG though, big genre. A lot of people play RPG games. Hey, Nightmare. Has been a few days. Talk with NPC again. We'll have to trigger that in the NPC base. We have that beautiful. Click potions button. You showed the pitch deck earlier? I have, yeah. Did you get a haircut? I have. I did get a haircut, yeah. I'm trying to coincide it so that right when I need to go to Digital Dragons, I also have to get a haircut. And I can just, like, hammer it out. The pitch deck is publicly available, by the way. All of our documentation is on our website. If you go into Games, Cauldron Chronicles, we have all of the documents here. I figure I show those on stream, so who the fuck cares if I share them on the website either. Stealing? Go for it. I think there's a lot. I mean, we showed Raw Fury earlier, and if you are pitching, by the way, if you go to their About section, Developer Resources, they have a whole Dropbox for their developer resources. Thank you, Kappa, for the follow, which has all of their like publishing agreement and previous versions, game project fact sheet, marketing stuff and how they market, their pitch deck template, and a pre-sign analysis, rough sales projection, all their legal agreements, mutual NDA, content creation outsourcing, all free. I love this. Shout out to Raw Fury for having this available publicly, because some of this stuff is really hard to find and really hard to get information about. But I'll share it in chat. Absolute based. And I will be pitching Cauldron Chronicles to them. I don't know if I talked to them last year. I don't know if I did. Wait for NPC to return, or just to return, not return again. Talk with NPC again. Okay, this should be set up. Click potions button. Might be. We'll check. Click potions button. Select main potion. I think these are set up. Confirm potion. I'll check. Confirm. Did this one select main potion? That's not correct. Which is the one we use for bartering? Where did I put that? Yeah, that's old shit. I don't know where we put that. I actually don't know. What is this open? Oh, just the inventory. This one. Okay. Give on that confirmation button. But then we would need the inventory item. Icon button, check potion box. Trigger or attempt tutorial trigger for select main potion. Wait for NPC to return. Wait for NPC to arrive. One, wait for NPC to return. Probably want to do it here too. And then talk with NPC again. I think this is properly set up. Yeah, okay. These should work. Let's go from scratch. Not that. This will get him killed. I'm going to have to make the proper potion for him. Well, it shouldn't matter. The second NPC that shows up should deal with that anyway. We could insert one there for like learning about the commission, but yeah, whatever. Bug it. Toadstool. Dragon's Eye. Right click. Put both ingredients in. Right click Cauldron. We don't know that info. Brew potion. Finalize potion. Talk with NPC again. Let me make... Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll just give him this. Click potions button. Select main potion. Confirm. Wait for NPC to return. So we'll get him killed, but then the merchant will appear. Hello, ma'am. Okay, very nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice. What are the next ones? We need all these now. Most of these will be newer. We'll be able to do it. Okay, pick up the processing station next to the alchemy table. We need something in between that, like speak to NPC again. Another NPC would arrive immediately after. We can assume that the player knows how to generally engage with NPCs at that point. We could teach the player to process ingredients real quick. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let's do it. Just do it. The player might have already done this, so we will have to add some checks, which I do have a system for determining once this triggers. Check like if the player already has it, in which case we can skip to the next one. So those will be needed. But for now, I can just pretend that the player's doing it exactly in order, and let's just make the functionality work. Okay, pick a processing station. I need the player to open the inventory again, so this will be open inventory 2. Switch to the other tab. Use the processing station, close the inventory. Close inventory. 2. And then, yeah, let's just put them all in. That way I don't have to do another batch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, okay. Interact with alchemy table. 2. Switch to ingredient shelf 2. Right click any jar. Send ingredient to processing. Switch to processing station. Drag ingredient into grinding. Process ingredient. Right click ingredient 2. Exit alchemy table. Open discovery menu. Close discovery menu. Continue to explore. Okay, okay. Save that. Let me close and don't save that just for the sake of it. Reload. Okay, this batch is working. Let's see. Pick a processing station. Open inventory. Switch to other tab. Use processing station. Close inventory. Interact with alchemy table. Okay, a lot of this will be a little bit fresh, but shouldn't be too bad. BP collectible processing station. This is where's the interact parent? Interact. Call to parent. Box to unlock equals ground. Temp tutorial trigger for pickup processing station. Open inventory. Switch to other tab. I don't remember where we put the switch to ingredient tab. Let me find it. It'll be somewhere. We can just put this in the same place. Where did we put it? Here it is. Okay. That one works. Use processing station. I can put that in UI inventory. Inventory item. Use item. Unlock processing station. State equals round. Okay, that one should work. This is so tedious. Tutorials. Watch this. Watch people have worse feelings about this tutorial than the previous one. I swear to God. Close inventory 2. Interact with alchemy table. Where do we put that? Here. Switch to ingredient shelf. I don't know where the fuck I put that. Okay, processing needs one. That's right, we deleted that one because we didn't have it yet. Switch to processing station. Right click any jar. 2 men, 1 jar. Ingredient jar. That'll work. Right click any jar. Send ingredient to processing. We probably don't have that set up. If I had to guess. Also, our cheat menu. This can be updated to here, maybe? Ooh. Chills. Send an ingredient to processing. We can do that from jar list item, for sure. We also need to trigger these though in the not the alchemy HUD, right? It's part of the alchemy HUD. Ingredient buttons. Let me think here. And down. This is fine. No, it needs to be the next one. I'll fix that. We'll need to keep that open again too, like before. Switch to other tab. Awesome. Use processing station. Close inventory. Interact with alchemy table. Switch to ingredient shelf. Right click any jar. Send ingredient to processing. Switch to processing station. We cannot process this ingredient. I mean, hopefully the player will be able to kind of tell that. Hopefully. You guys and your fish, your addicts. Okay, these are working. Bored and lazy. To be honest, this tutorial rework is really fucking boring. It is really bad. Also just really tedious. Open discovery menu. Close discovery menu. Continue to explore. Should be working, but there's only 30 minutes left. Yeah, fuck that then. Who the fuck wants to keep working with 30 minutes left? A run the clock out type of situation. You know, you're ahead by like 1 point, or you're ahead by, let's say you're ahead by like 1 point in a game of football. Choose which football you want. And, you know, you have control. And there's 1 minute left on the clock. You ain't trying to score, you're not taking any risks. Drag ingredient into grinding. Yeah, let's grab the processing station. Yeah, why take risks when you're winning? You know, in sports it makes sense. In real life... In sports, you only need one. You only need to win by 1 point, more than the enemy. That's it. In real life, I think, you know, yeah, I only have one more dollar than my neighbor. I'm fucking winning. Who needs to try? Might not be the greatest approach to life. Okay, we'll do that. Process ingredient. On the alchemy table. Did Microsoft access because when I look at their offers, I don't see anymore? What is Microsoft Access? What's so cool to VS? Agent Sausage is a game made entirely with blueprints. Our prototype is made primarily with blueprints. Once we enter production, it will be primarily C++. The best thing to do on any production is to mix blueprints and C++. Exit alchemy table. I can throw that in handle. Handle exit. Well, only some of the exit. I'm gonna learn C# right now, but I don't know if it's worth learning the visual code stuff. C# or C++? Because Unity uses C#. Know the software for database? No. Nope. I know that Unity does have its own visual code solution. That was a bit loud. Sorry about that. I don't know if you've tried that yet. I don't know how good it is. But I would say if you feel comfortable doing old school programming, you know, programming with actual letters, then I would say learn C. I think it's great. But it's worth learning blueprints too, because if you enter professional game dev, you will probably be required to make blueprints if you work in Unreal, for the designers and the artists. So knowing how they work, how they function, the general pipeline, that's all good and dandy. Oh, and alchemy is up here. We do that. Okay, what's next? Open discovery menu, close discovery menu. That should be easy. And that's where we'll put the pop-up. So barring any extra things that we need to check or save, for instance, if a player has already picked up the processing station or has already used it, there is a separate place to put those checks. But if the player follows the tutorial word for word, we just need to make sure that all of these actually do trigger when the correct action is performed. And that should be testable. Obviously, we haven't written any decent text for these, but that will happen. I really hate how that appears there, but I'm just gonna leave it. Not think about it. Oh, actually, then I can click through those. That's good. Okay, finalize the potion. Talk with NPC again. We're just gonna give him the healing potion, which will kill him. That's fine. We'll get all this written up tomorrow. And just like super double check. We'll also have to start in the NPC, since the first NPC won't be Spoon, but it'll be Blue Dick Boy. But if we know that it works with Spoon, then it should work with Blue Dick Boy too. I might do a pop-up when you first interact with the first NPC as well, just to teach the player. Okay, pick up processing station. Open inventory. Use. Interact, switch to ingredient shelf, right click any jar. Send an ingredient to processing. Tempted to teach the player to be able to right click, because I know a lot of people who have played the demo haven't known that you can right click into the box to see it better. And of course I got complaints that the player couldn't see what was said on the box. Understandable. In discovery menu. Tempted to keep that open. The good thing is that if they read that book, they will have ingredients that are already very close to full knowledge. And that should act as some, you know, like a little bit of guidance. I could give the player like a reward from the first NPC that has maybe some of these, like 3 cooked toadstools or something. You know, I kind of thought that we sorted this list based on percentage to completion, but I guess we don't. Maybe I do it. I do it. Do based on amount instead of percentage, but I could have sworn that I set it up to be percentage. So then these should be switched. Ah, well. What are you gonna do? Can you continue to explore and the player should be able to press L to finish this, although obviously it doesn't say that right now. And then we would have a pop-up here saying, hey, you know, thanks for completing the tutorial. There's still 2 more NPCs to meet and talk to, and there's tasks to complete, puzzles to solve, new processing stations to find, Cauldron expansions to unlock with ingredient discovery, enemies to fight, a dungeon to explore, loot to find, like this incapacitating tonic with grass clipping through the chest, which I need to fix. Lots of interesting things. To do. I mean, a hell of a lot more than last year, that's for sure. I don't know if it's... Look, I can't tell you if my game is fun or interesting. That's not for any developer to determine, right? But what I can say is we certainly have a lot more than last year. And I can only hope that it is more enjoyable. I don't know, I'd be curious. I'd be very curious to see. I'm not somebody that feels satisfaction all the time, except sexual. But I can at least, I think I will feel satisfied that I tried my best with this prototype, especially for the amount of time that I wanted to spend on it. You know, I think it'll look nice on the portfolio. Even if I hope that I can list it as a released product and not a prototype that didn't get us anywhere. I mean, that's all of the tutorial points in it. Switching tab should check close toadstool jar. Yeah, I can throw that in there. The game jams look good on portfolio? Yes. Yeah, especially if you're newer to the industry. I did implement that. They not only show that you can, for better or worse, work under pressure, which I would say is necessary, but obviously the crunch part is not great. They also show that you can work with other people, and you can scope games properly, especially if you make games that are successful games during a game jam. And by successful in this case, I just mean they are complete. They're not like a half-finished idea that you totally overscoped and only completed 10% of. But if you do have something like that, you can still show it, but just show the progression that, okay, you learned that for your second game jam, you scoped the game better because you learned that, you know, the first game's scope was too much. That shows a lot of dedication to knowledge and fixing all that. I could add the alchemy table and bookshelf tooltips. That'd be nice. I think I do a complex trace for the interaction anyway. Granted, do I want to... I don't even have within range or out of range hooked up. I'll hook those up. Because I don't think BP Interactable has any of the tooltip shit like the object with custom tooltip. But then again, I might be able to reparent it. Alchemy table. Interact to begin alchemy. That either broke things or it might be enough. Well, I know one thing that's broken. I guess we don't trace complex for that. A couple of things I need to do. On start alchemy. Close tooltip. Oop, not there. And then run a force validate. Begin alchemy. Well, no, this should be okay. Unless we don't trace complex. Oh, because that needs to be an indirect. Wrong places. Post tooltip. Set collision response to channel. Do I want to do it this way? I probably have to if I do. Well, let me see first. Because we might have the same issue as the task board. Why is this so awkward? Likely because these are blocking visibility trace, if I had to guess. Those are ignoring visibility. Did we want the processing station protection boxes to block visibility for any reason? Could just be an oversight. They're all set to ignore. It's probably because this is a separate. This is a child actor. What I should do is make the I should make the cube ignore visibility traces. That might fix it. And I hope it doesn't cause a problem with dragging ingredients onto it, but I guess I can test that. Yeah, we'll have to close the stupid fucking tooltip. Oh, because I don't stop the player from ticking. Yeah, that was the issue. And that should be done before we close the tooltip. A little bit of different logic on this one. That's better. Doesn't seem to cause a problem. Here's Cookie. How you doing? Okay, so that has a tooltip now, which is nice. So the player actually knows that they can interact with it. I want to keep that consistent. And the bookshelf also needs that. Like I was missing something with the alchemy table. Did I miss anything with this? No, it should be okay. Bookshelf. I didn't even parent that, okay. I suppose I can fix that? Oh, because technically, no, this is right. This is right because the player... We could still give it a tooltip, it just doesn't have any interaction. Yeah, I can still do this. It is possible that the interaction box will fuck with the books though. Interaction trace does trace complex. So if we on event begin play deleted both of these, it might be okay. We'll try it. Yeah. Yeah, let me find a book to test this out with. Book not found? Kind of weird. Book not found? Why are we getting that error? Book not found. The ingredient knowledge. Huh. Let's find that. Book not found. Where do we trigger that? Oh, I see. Just hang. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Really? It's not in the function library. Hey, it might be in the master book. B ingredient knowledge. Is that not the name for it? No, that's not actually. General alchemy. Okay. The bug fix. Shut up, bees! You fucks. Okay, one other bug that I think is existing, but will be not very noticeable, but potentially problematic. With the task board. With this widget interaction. Which says that it is debugging, but I don't see that actually. I haven't seen that turned on in game. Well, anyway, what I want to do is that when the player actually interacts with it, starts tasking, we want to set the interaction distance up to what it should be. And then when the player stops tasking, we lower it down to 0. Sorry, that was, I think I whistled loud. Okay. That's working. Okay, what we'll do is, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll hook up some of these tutorial checkers to better logic. Just so that, like, if the player gets the task to unlock the grinding station but has already done so, we can just skip those tasks. That should be relatively easy to set up. Give me 1 sec. Sorry guys, thanks for waiting. Falling asleep. I would too. Peacefully listen to the Skyrim soundtrack. Can't go wrong. Okay, what are the tasks that we have that we would want to first check if the player has done? Honestly, if the player cannot eat any more flowering bushes, we need to skip that. Where do we put this thing? I think we put this in the game instance. The check tutorial stage requirements. And this will automatically skip things if the player has done them. Oh, he's back. Shut up. Eat flowering bush. Get ingredient knowledge. Or ing flowering bush n. Wash your hands? No. I wash my dick though, because my hands are very dirty and my dick is clean, and I like to keep it that way. Okay, that'll handle that. Toadstool, blah 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 blah. The player should be able to repeat this. We could check if the player has brewed a potion, but I think I'll just require the player to brew a new potion, specifically following this recipe. Especially because I will make that the recipe for the first tutorial NPC. Interact with NPC, get cliff barter. Yeah, make the player do this. Unless the NPC has arrived, which we have here. But we'll see if players fuck up that much. What were some of the other things we were checking? Oh, like has the player already added ingredients? Discovered. Fuck all that. Definitely the pickup processing station. I'm gonna have like a check if player has item. Check if player owns item ID. I don't know what the junk ID is for this. Here it is. It was either check if player owns item ID or check if processing station unlocked round. Man, I'm so glad I made those into functions. That'll be on pickup processing station. Yeah, that's fine. And for the next ones, we need to check this. Yep, looks good. I think that's kind of it. I mean, we'll play test it. We'll find if there's other things that should be checked. But it's a little bit less intense than the first tutorial with some of that. So if the player picks this up and uses it, we should get to the after confirm potion. Wait for NPC to return. Talk with NPC. And then this should just skip all the way to interact with alchemy table. Or we never check that when we use the force next tutorial stage. That's odd. That might have been an oversight. No, we do run that. What the hell? Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought we do run that. We do run that. Trigger next tutorial stage. If there are still entries left in just what this is mainly checking. We update the current tutorial stage, then we do check tutorial stage requirements. Okay. Well, let's see if those get hit. You can see it working. Oh, I didn't unlock this. Hold on. That's gonna fuck up. Thank you for not selecting the game instance to debug. I appreciate that. It's not unlocked? Maybe we don't save that? I mean, that's an easy fix if that's the case. I might have just forgot to hook that up. Kinda weird though. I forgot that. Yeah, we had that there. We checked it there, false, that's fine. Let me remove the breakpoints from here. Quick. False. Okay, so we aren't updating that like we should. Easy fix. Use item. Processing station. Unlock processing station. Update process. Oh. Yeah, I just never updated. Okay. It's in here, right? Unlock processing stations. It should be put in here. Okay, now we can test if this will work. Because we're actually saving it. Should be talk with NPC again. And then interact with alchemy table. Beautiful. One more check if the player has it in their inventory. Better safe than sorry. Yeah. It's not a horrible little tutorial system. It could be better made, but it's not horrible. It does work. I mean, especially I made it without any design or anything, so I just kind of just went into it. But it could be better. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't really want to start writing up these strings today for these. I kind of just want to save that for tomorrow. You guys want to watch Tim Kaine? One video. Senior string developer. No, I mean, we'll tackle this tomorrow. You know, thankfully it's not like creative strings, but I do have to just write, here's what it is, here's some extra info for you as a player, blah, 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 blah. Kind of annoying. A lot of this shit. Let's do that. Let's watch one Tim Kaine video today. And then tomorrow we can jump into writing these with a fresh mind. Hey, Claremont. Played like 10 matches of CS yesterday and drank a lot of rum. Feeling alright this morning. Oh boy. Yeah, opened like 200 cases. Bank is empty. That's fixed. Starting work on tutorial rework. I gotta clean up my desktop too. It's getting dirty. Filthy. Staying away from liquor for a couple weeks though, nice. Like your hands. Shut up. I have been neglecting Tim. Sorry, Tim. Preparing for a pitch. Hope you understand. But maybe there's some fun things we can watch. Collecting feedback. Game length. I think I added this to how much should devs play to my backlog. Wow, that's why it's half watched. Those could be fun. Alright, give me 1 sec. Let me update the stream info. Feedback could be nice. That's probably about like metrics though, maybe. Might be a little bit droll. How much should devs play does sound like fun. It is only 7 days old though. I don't like to watch the new ones because it might negatively affect. Just to be fair to them. You know, the YouTube algorithm is the most there within like the first week or so I don't like to go too crazy with it. One design from travel could be nice. NPC, some of these I've been saving because they're really relevant to Cauldron Chronicles, or at least they seem right, like NPC reactions or dynamic quest design and things like that. Event system sounds like an interesting one. We can take a look. If we'll see, I will stream for like another hour, so if I can get through these without too much pausing, which won't happen by the way, but you know, in an ideal world, then we can watch both. Okay, so I will end the YouTube recording for Cauldron Chronicles development here. So thank you for watching, and I will catch you tomorrow for filling out the rest of those tutorial scripts. And probably tomorrow we can also get to writing up at least the basis of that NPC for the tutorial. Yeah, we 100% can. So yeah, take care, YouTube.